floating brightly on the beach's sand, a captivating modern paradise, an enchantment that is right before your eyes. Mountains high, the forest seems to reach out to the sky. Just watch the birds of every color fly and marvel from such an awesome sight, as this living nature sparkle through the light. This is Baler, and this is where freedom was fought by men who stood their ground with greatness. A chance to see our history, like we're going back to what it used to be. Of its past stood for its beauty, of its events that pass now and again. It's your best time to stand, a tale so rich in splendor, from a province that's a breath away from heaven. Off the shore, you'll find all of the colors in the fishes and the plants and many more, and back into the land, the mountains, the exotic life that thrives the forest floor. This is Baler, and here is where the sun begins to shine and spread light to the whole land. Yes, it's Baler, the weather's fair, and the atmosphere of friendship fills the air. In Baler, Aurora, the greatness of its past stood for its beauty, of its events that pass now and again. It's your best time to stand, a town so rich in splendor. It's a place that's almost heaven. The blue sky and blue sea reflect Baler's magnificence in nature. Spring water, so clear and clean. The rivers and the falls are so enchanting and inviting. In Baler, Aurora, the greatness of its
rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire. Seven-seater jet plane, party in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can turn disaster on me.
The WSL Baler Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organised by United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the Municipal Government of Baler and the Association of Surf Riders in Aurora, Inc. This event is sponsored by the Office of Senator Sonny Angara, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Office of Congressman Ramel Angara, Philippine Airlines, and Costa Pacifica. This event is also recognised by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Good morning. Welcome to Sabang Beach. We're in Baler, the Aurora province. We're on the east coast of Luzon, and this is the first time we've had an international surfing contest on this side of the main island. I've got APAC tour manager here for the WSL, Ty Sarati. What's the call for today?
Good morning, man. How are you?
Good, thank you.
The call today is we'll start with the men's longboarding quarterfinals. We've got some really glassy conditions, so we should see some amazing surfing there. And then we'll move into the shortboards and finish the shortboard finals today.
Okay, so longboard finals won't be run today, but we're at least going to get through those quarters. We're going to finish shortboards today. It's a little smaller, but super clean today, all breaking on the one bank. I've already seen some amazing surfing in the last half an hour as I've been watching. It's going to be a fantastic day of performance. So buckle up, tune in, and if you're at home on your work desks, wish you were here in Baler. Let's go to live action.
Thank you so much, Matt, and thank you, Ty Sarati, WSL APAC Tour Manager.
Yeah, he does a great job, and I've been working with him for many, many years. And hello to Will, who was his predecessor. G'day, Will. How you doing?
And
I
Bonnie
hope you are
McLeod.
well. And Bonnie, of course,
Yep.
the Wordle Queen.
Yes. Well, I'm True Starling, joined with Jerry Deegan to call the first heat of the day, which is quarterfinal number 1 for the LQS. JR Esquivel and Shohei Akimoto, which is going to be a good quarterfinal, Jerry.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I mean, I guess JR is the favourite, given that he's a World Championship surfer, and he's just been flawless in the last event of this event. I mean, the guy has just got an amazing ability. There's a couple of the technical staff up there saying hello. The guy on the left was just doing behind the camera on the interview, and there's... is that Katie for the next one?
Yeah, that's Shohei getting himself ready.
Okay, so JR, an amazing surfer. Shohei's obviously gotten to the pointy end here, so he's super capable. So we'll see what can happen. Anything can happen on the day. It is looking a little smaller. I was watching earlier, and I did see some sets that looked similar to yesterday. So. I think it's pretty perfect for the longboards. I guess the shortboards are going to find it a little bit more difficult after this because of the lack of size. But again, it's already the semi-finals, and if they can't surf this, then they can't surf anything.
Exactly, and I think as well, the surf's getting smaller tomorrow, so I think today is going to be the best conditions for the shortboarders. Yeah,
it's been a little difficult with the predictions because they haven't been exactly spot on. We were meant to get a little spike today, and it didn't happen. I mean, I love the fact that it's also meant to be windy all day, and it hasn't been. We've had really glassy mornings, which is really nice to look at. And the longboarders have just having a feast. They're loving this kind of surf. It really allows them to showcase their abilities. We saw the women's quarterfinal yesterday afternoon, and that was really exciting. So hopefully the men will be doing exactly the same. What are they doing? Having a chat, or is that on a different bank?
I think that might be a learn to surf.
down the beach. Oh,
a
that's
little bit.
the drone down the beach. Exactly. Yeah. All right. So we're yet to start. I don't know what the plan is. Why the hooter hasn't gone, but I guess it will.
Yeah, it will at any point in time. For the quarterfinals, we've got RJ Lopez and Danny Widianto coming up in the next one. Quarterfinal number 3, we'll have Taka Inui and June Esquivel. And then quarterfinal number 4 is Roger Kasagai and Kai Hamase, which is
Nice.
going
And
to be
Kai's leading the ratings there.
He is.
And there's our 2 surfers waiting for the hooter. Right in the middle there, you can see some free surfers on the next bank further down. There's our Rodrigello, JR, and Shohei. Just waiting for that hooter to go off. That's where we're at. You can see the building on the beach there with the blue roof. That's where the judges are chilling, although they're not exactly chilling now. They're waiting for that hooter to go, and that's the beautiful ocean. What is it called? Sorry, Costa Pacifica, where we're staying. That big building right in front of that bank. So Shohei's out there thinking, what's going on, boys and girls? What's happening? He's looking out, checking the boat, wondering if they're fishing. So while we've got this little break, I don't know if when they zoomed to us just after the interview there, I was actually looking at my phone, which was probably not very professional, but it was because my friends Ezra and Sykesy are watching, and Eric's young son Jean-Louis, waiting with bated breath for this to start. Eric was a Mauritian surfer for many, many years, and so he's transparent in Canberra, and here we go. We're just about to start. Okay, so, and straight into it, Shohei's going to take one away.
Yeah, Shohei up and riding, locks in for a long 5, gets the 10. Coming out strong against JR Esquivel. Shohei walks back up to the nose, gets another 5 there. Waiting for this one to stand up a little bit more. Few concise steps to the nose as he locks in. And continuing this one, just that wave fades out in front of him. But that was a nice way to start off his campaign in this heat.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, it's not going to be certainly up in the excellent or maybe even up in the good, but, I'm thinking the 4+ range, something like that. He gets a start. He's got a score on the board. It gives Roger a target, and it gives him a base or a foundation of a house to
build.
Yes, indeed.
Love it.
Yeah, so 25-minute heats. There will be some downtime in between because given that the surf is a bit smaller, it's less frantic for everyone than the 4-man heats. I personally like it when we get to the 2-man heats. I guess more than anything because now we're really finding the best surfers out there. And that's looking over Baler with a bit of a misty morning. The mountain range in the background. And that's the town. That's the town we're at. We're in the east of Luzon, which is the main island, the same island that Manila is on. I think they consider it the northeast, but if you look on the map, although we are north of Manila, it's kind of east-northeast in Luzon, on the Pacific coast, which is obviously the same side as Sydney and Brisbane and all those coasts with the same ocean. We're just a little bit north of the equator here. I think around 10 or 11 degrees north here.
Loving the information, Jerry Deegan.
Just
very full of it. I love it. Full of knowledge.
Okay, here's our previous champion at the last event and second in the ratings. Really nice 10 to start with, and going to carry it on. I mean, this guy's got so much class.
Wow, that was a solid nose ride to start that wave off. JR just driving through the turns, walks back up the nose, locking in, and gets a turn to finish and complete. Shohei's first wave locked in at a 5, and I feel like JR's could go excellent. Yeah,
I think it's certainly going to be better than a 5 and put the pressure straight away back on Shohei. But that's what it's all about, getting the pressure back on. There's our little swimming pool in front of Costa Pacifico. I've been doing laps there. I did a couple of laps there yesterday. I know I've said that a few times, but we've got to fill in some space somewhere.
Yeah.
So Roger's paddling back out. The judges are waiting to see what they're going to give that, and that was a pretty impressive start. I love the way he almost every wave every wave he fades and then it goes straight to the nose. It's like his go-to. Very good, John. Very good. He's such a comedian, John. He's in the background
Love it.
harassing us behind the window. So I love the way he takes off, and he tends to have, like, his modus operandi is fade to the nose.
Yeah.
And then it's relative to how long he can stay on the nose. Then of course he starts turning, does other things. But if I were the other competitors, I'd be watching what he's doing and kind of copying it.
Yeah, I agree. Here he is up and riding again. 8.5 locked in for his first wave. Drives through that carve. I love how he doesn't try to oversurf it. Gets another 10. Wow. JR is looking in form right now. Straight back up to the nose. Locking in. Steps back. And this wave fades out. And once again, getting a backup and applying more and more pressure onto Shohei Akimoto.
Right, and I don't know that backup will be an 8.5, but I think it's going to be well above Shohei's wave.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an epic backup, and it's going to be, I can't say heartbreaking with 20 minutes to go, but it's going to put the pressure directly back on Shohei's shoulders because he's going to hear the score and think, oh my God, I need something big. So he needs to relax. He has a lot of time. He's going to paddle for this one, a slightly bigger one.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty good wave. He's going to opt not to go it, though.
Okay, probably looked like it was closing down the line, and already he knows what he needs to do. So given that he's got so much time, he can pick and choose. He's got priority, and he can pick and choose his waves. So, and I guess most people out there know what priority is, but in the top left-hand corner, you can see the P next to Shohei's name. That means he can pick and choose any wave he likes, and Roger cannot take that wave and cannot interfere in that wave. And we've had a couple of interferences during the event, and to interfere just ruins your day.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Well, Shohei up and riding, locks in for a 5 to 10 back to 5 combination. Trying to get a 9.75 because that last wave of JR is a 6.25, so he's going to try and take this one to the inside. Get hopefully a little inside connection, which he does. Walks straight up to the nose, getting that connection for a 5 and a little bit of a foam tap there. He's still going. You forget how much more length in the waves that longboarders can get.
All the way. I mean,
All the way.
yesterday they were going all the way and stepping off on the beach.
Yeah.
I doubt that the shortboarders will be doing that after this. Here's a replay of JR's wave. I'm thinking this is his first wave. Yeah, this is the 8.5, and that was just an amazing start. I mean, at least 1 foot has been on for 40 metres. It turns back into it here. And he's got loads of style with his turn. He's throwing spray with his turns on a longboard on a tiny little wave as well, and the judges just ate that up, and he went straight back up there, toes hanging over the edge. Little foam climb or tap, as you said before, and yeah, they loved it, 8.5. So Shohei's got 2 average waves, a 5.5 and a 5.0. He needs a 9.25 to move on up into the lead. And again, I just had that shout out before, so I know my other friend Paul Sykes is an ex-judge. He's a longboarding judge. He actually lives in Austria now. So Sykes is extremely experienced. I think he did some judging in Hawaii. So send us a message. Tell us what you think the scores are, Sykesy.
Love it. Love the different opinions that everyone has and the way that they can express things differently. And I think, like JR, in this sense, we saw the reason why he competed in La Union was because he's saying, I want to give the Filipino longboarding community something to work towards. And, he's on the WLT, the World Longboard Tour, and he's one of the best. He re-qualified in the top 8. And he's challenging all of the surfers in this Asia region and saying, if you want to qualify onto the WLT, you have to beat the likes of me on there.
Yeah,
People who are, are better as well. You look at Kai Salas, who took out the WLT, the actual tour. He won the championship. So everyone has to bring their A game. And I think this is great practice as well for anyone in the Asia region to step up in moments when they need to.
I think you're spot on there, and I guess if you're out there and Roger's blowing you away or JR's blowing you away, then you need to go back to the drawing board, do more practice, and because your dream of the big tour is probably not ready as yet if you can't sort of at least surf equal with him, if not better. And this
Yeah.
is another really nice wave choice there.
Oh, nice carve. Another drop knee carve there as he cross steps in front of it. Moving back to the board, stepping up. And this wave doesn't really offer another solid section for a good nose ride, so he just kicks out of that one. Bit of a fun wave there for JR.
Every time I say something like that, it doesn't doesn't offer another section. Another section usually pops up. So thankfully I wasn't talking then, because I probably would have said it. There is a section coming up.
Well, 16 minutes to go. JR, that 8.5 and a 6.25 is well and truly out in front. And Shohei, a 5.5 and a 5. This next heat, though, RJ, Chico Lopez and Danny Widianto. Danny has been looking really in form throughout this whole event, and I think if Danny can get the win over RJ in that next heat, he'll meet up with JR.
He will in the semi-final. Yeah, he has been on song. Absolutely. He's dominated pretty much every heat he's been in. So he is a guy that can stand up to JR, who actually betted his second score there, and he got a 7. So he's made it a little harder. Actually, look what Shohei needs, and it's not on your screen there now, but to move into first place, Shohei needs a 10 at this stage. So my thinking would be, he needs to get a 7 or a 7.5. Then it's within range. It's unlikely he's going to get a 10 here. I won't say it's impossible. We haven't seen a 10 this event, and we didn't see a 10 in the last event either. So given that the waves are small, probably unlikely to see a 10. What do you think? Yeah,
I think unlikely, but there could still be the opportunity where someone just gets a freak wave and they've just got the wave magnet on. They've got that little bit of, as John calls it, X factor, and something comes through. But yeah, I do feel like it's a little bit smaller. It's clean. The conditions are really nice, but they'll have to do something pretty special to get a 10.
Yeah, without question. 14 and a half minutes, and JR, doing the usual thing. So he's, this will be the last event on the Asian Longboard Tour, the last schedule event. I'm told that there's always a chance that something could pop up, but it seems unlikely. But at this stage, this is the last schedule event. So the leader of the ratings after this will qualify to the Longboard World Tour.
Plus a wild card?
And a wild card. So, and JR's there already. So how nice would it be to have 3 surfers from the Asian region on the Longboard Tour? Yeah,
it would be amazing.
So lot to surf for. This is what they've been surfing for essentially their whole lives. This is the apex. This is where they want to be, and this means everything to them. To them, their sponsors, their family, their country.
Yeah.
JR is getting the most amazing support from the Philippines here, because he and Maramar, Jean-Marc Takong, were both on the world stage last year. It's the first time we've had Philippine surfers on the world stage, and the country got behind them. There were lots of news articles, news stories, things in the paper, a lot of interviews with them, and I won't say they're superstars in the country, but they're certainly superstars in the surfing industry, and they're becoming more well known just as sportsmen and from people that aren't necessarily even surfers, because of course people read about them, people see them on the news. So pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, it is, and it's cool to have that support throughout it as well, and have people recognising the talent.
They get a lot of government support as well. The government, and that was very helpful that surfing went into the Olympics. Now of course longboarding's not in the Olympics, but surfing in general, all kinds of surfing, it's more recognised now simply because it's in the Olympics and people notice it as a legit sport.
Yeah.
I didn't, I don't know that I'm old school, as you know, true, and I don't know that I've liked the way surfing's gone mainstream. Every second commercial at home here in the Philippines, has a surfer or someone holding a surfboard. You go to McDonald's and they're still having a surf into summer thing. And I guess we always wanted to be recognised as not bums and, a legit sport. But once it sort of happened, some of us old school were like, did we really want that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Surf's got more crowded,
Yeah. Yeah, it has. It's pretty crazy. I mean, it's been good in the sense for people, especially, I guess, my age, who want to make surfing their sole job, or that they want to, have that kind of space where they can get to the CT and live off, what they're doing. And a lot of people are like, oh, you're surfing, okay, well, what else are you doing?
Yeah.
And now it's like, oh, you're surfing, are you trying to get to the Olympics? And that's the question now, to you trying to qualify for the Olympics. And more often than not, the answer is yes. And JR answering back to his 7, he's really just having a heat right now, trying to better that 7, but it doesn't look like he will.
Yeah, that's funny. People that aren't really into surfing do ask that question, is it about the Olympics? But when you talk about, more opportunity for people that want to make a career, not just the surfers, the judges, the commentators, the people in the background, because I know, and I apologise if I keep bringing up the Philippine experience, but that's what my experience is the competitions in the Philippines. For many, many years, essentially, there was one comp in the Philippines. Now, you've got UPSA, which is the United Philippine Surfing Association. They have a tour, so there's a national tour, and I don't know how many comps there are. There must be 12 or 14 comps.
Wow.
And there's now 3 international comps and talk of another one. So, there's a lot more judges travelling the country, there's a lot more officials travelling the country, and there's a lot more people just involved in surfing. And that's just one country. I know Indonesia's the same. I know Australia has an amazing circuit going on, not to mention board riders and all the rest of it, the USA and Europe now, and Japan, of course. It's, the industry as such is huge compared to what it was, say back in the early 80s, or, when Mark Richards and Tom Carroll were there, and there was essentially a dream tour and sort of a QS tour as well, but they just didn't have the numbers of comps. And now you've got 3 levels of shortboard, 2 levels of longboard. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people involved that aren't actually even the surfers.
Yeah. And it looks like we might have Camille. She's roaming around the event site. Camille, what's going on?
Hello, good morning. So I am here with a very special guest. Meet Maisel Paris Alegado. She is 9 years old. And Maisel, tell us what you do.
I skateboard. It's so fun.
Yes, what were you doing when you were 9 years old, right? But Maisel here is part of the national team, Skate Pilipinas. And what kind of skating do you do?
I do bowl and vert.
Bowl and vert. Oh my gosh, what's your favorite trick?
Ooh, my favorite trick is probably a hand plant.
What? Okay, so if we can get, or people Google that, hand plants on a bowl or on a vert, so you can just grasp how radical that is, and for a 9-year-old to do it. So you're here visiting the Philippines for the first time, or?
I've been here a couple times. Well, the last time I was like 4.
4. So when did you start skateboarding?
I started skateboarding when I was 5. I was at my cousin's house and I saw my brother on a skateboard. I was like, can I try? I got on and I just loved it.
And yeah, maybe like love at first sight, but on a skateboard, yeah. Okay, so have you tried surfing? We're here at an international surfing event with the World Surf League, or the WSL. Is that something you're interested in getting into as well?
Well, I used to surf, but I really want to get back into it because it looks so fun, and it was so fun.
Where did you surf first for the first time?
I'm not sure. Well, first it was just like small waves. Yeah.
But if you skate bowls and verts, you have no problem dropping in waves taller than you. Was it in a cold place? Did you have to wear a wetsuit?
Yes, I did have to wear a wetsuit. It was so cold.
So maybe here in warm tropical waters of the Philippines, it will be easier to get into because you don't have all the extra weight on you with a wetsuit. Yeah. Okay, so what are you doing here now?
Right now I'm just here to have fun, support the contest, keep on skating, and yeah, just have fun.
The contest over at the Baler Skate Park, which recently just opened. What do you think of our park?
It's great. It's so fun. The people there are so cool. And yeah, it's so, like, the bowl is so good, so rad to skate. And yeah.
Do you know Sky Brown?
Yes, I do know Sky Brown.
And do you know that she also got into surfing now?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe we get a chance to hang with her in the future if she joins these WSL events in the Philippines. And yeah, super radical to meet you. And I believe we have an event end of February, a downhill skateboarding event. Where is it?
It's like a national championship. Yeah, it's a downhill skateboarding event. You guys should join because it's gonna be so fun to watch.
Yes, and it will be held in Tagaytay. Within this really sick spot with the view of the Taal volcano, and it's a coastal road, really smooth. So yeah, let's unite the skaters from all over the disciplines, whether it's skateboarding for street or downhill longboarding, and even surf skate. I surf skate. Do you surf skate too?
I never tried before. I really want to try though.
Okay, I have my board later. We can swap boards and maybe. Oh my gosh, but you teach me, okay? All right, so that's it. Maisel, do you want to say hi, hello, family, friends, your mom, anyone back home watching? Just say a quick word.
Hello, everybody that is watching. Shout out to everybody. And yeah, have a good day.
Have an awesome day. I'm already having an awesome day with you. Nice to meet you, Maisel. And yes, let's go back watching the live heats.
Well, that was pretty impressive.
That was
Maisel
cool.
Paris, how cool is she?
She's awesome. She's 9 years old. She's a pretty big deal in the Philippine skating
Yeah,
world.
and I like the surfing. I used to surf. I'm going to try to get back into
Yeah,
it.
love it. I mean, she's 9. She's got all the time in the world. I don't remember being that talkative at 9 years old. So
No, she's good
she's
with the press, isn't
great.
she? I watched an interview with her yesterday when it was recommended that they have a chat with her, and I thought she'll be fun.
Yeah.
And she was fun.
she is. She's good fun.
I think Wendell from Vans has said sort of had the hook up there to have a chat with her. So thanks, Wendell, and thanks, Camille. That was a lot of fun. What's happened while we're gone? Well, here we go. JR's embedded his position, so he's got a 7.75, and unfortunately Shohei hasn't, and he is now in a combination position. So if you you can see what the total scores up there, a 10.5 as opposed to a 16.25. But unfortunately, Shohei will need to get 2 waves to catch up to that 16.5 because he's only holding a 5.5 and a 5. So he's in a combination position now, True.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Shohei not bettering that 5.5. I mean, we've seen him this whole event. He's been looking really in form, but it's just the finesse of JR Esquivel that has really shined this whole heat. I think he's looking solid and he wants another win. But Shohei, looking to break combination, needing a 6.25 to do that. Walking back up the nose, locks in, stepping back. Timing it well as he tries for another inside connection, walks back up the nose, staying close to that power source of the wave, which sends him back down. And unfortunately, not much more on offer for Shohei.
No, I guess that's going to be similar to his 2 scoring waves already with only 3 minutes remaining. Shohei's in trouble. I wonder if he'd lay around last night thinking this is going to be difficult. You know, I'm against JR. He's one of the top surfers in the world.
Yeah.
Very stressful to have to paddle out against a surfer like that. And I think he's feeling the stress. Well, he was feeling the stress. Now he's feeling the pain.
Yeah, he is. And that last wave was a 5.2. So it went into his top 2, but he wasn't able to break combination, which is a shame for Shohei. He's got such a great talent. But longboarding is one of those sports where you can catch a wave and paddle back out and catch another wave within like a minute and a half.
On a day like today, particularly, look,
Yeah.
he's almost out there already.
Yeah, so he's got the time and he's got the chance to really get himself back into this heat and to challenge for that lead. He just needs to hope that he can get a few waves. And JR right now is holding priority. He's a fierce competitor, and I'm sure he's not going to let Shohei on anything that's better than a 5.
There's no chance. And unless Shohei gets a wave essentially right now, then it's all over for him for this event anyway. And yeah, the clock is ticking down pretty quickly. Nothing there on the horizon, and in needing 2 waves now, almost looks like he's paddling over to the free surface, and he's decided he's done.
Yeah.
So, yeah, well, I'm already going to say congratulations, JR, who will be moving on into the semi-finals, which will be run, I believe they're scheduled for tomorrow morning, so we'll be starting. That's the plan at this stage, given that there's still good waves in the morning.
Yeah.
I think we have a bunch of press motoring in very early tomorrow morning to watch the finals of the longboard, and I guess in particular to watch JR. And I mean, that's why they've come here, because he's a bit of a national hero, and with 1 minute to go, I mean, he could turn around and paddle in, because at this stage, Shohei is not going to get 2 waves. So
yeah, it doesn't look like there's much on the horizon as well for Shohei, which is a bit of a shame for the Japanese surfer, and 45 seconds to go. He's had a great event, really showcasing his surfing and, you know, why he loves to be here. It was just, it was a tall task. It was to take out JR Esquivel.
A big mountain to climb, and unfortunately he only got halfway up the mountain, and JR's up the top there throwing snowballs at him.
Yeah, he's defending that lead. He's defending that, I guess, prize spot, in the sense that he wants to be the best here and he wants to win this event, and he'll do anything to get that. JR just a bit of a victory lap here with 10 seconds to go. Shohei out behind him. JR doing a bit of a spin as he kicks that one and gets a finish. Shohei out the back. He won't get into the lead, but another wave to take this one in is a nice way to finish a quarterfinal. We've got scores to lock in before we move into the next one, which will be RJ Chico Lopez and Danny Widianto. You can see the competitors. Really good sportsmanship there. I love that. Shaking hands after a heat's my favourite thing to see.
Correct. And both of those scores are in. Neither of them will go into either of the totals. So a big congratulations to JR and commiserations to Danny. And I think we're going to head off on a break. Thank you very much.
Aurora, the greatness of its best, stood for its beauty amidst events that pass now and again. It's your best time to spend a town so rich in splendor, from a province that's a breath away from heaven.
The WSL Baler Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organized by United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the municipal government of Baler and the Association of Surf Riders in Aurora, Inc. This event is sponsored by the Office of Senator Sonny Angara, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Office of Congressman Ramel Angara, Philippine Airlines, and Costa Pacifica. This event is also recognized by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Welcome back, and we have up and riding straight away RJ Chico Lopez. First wave of the Heat 2 of the men's quarterfinals, and we didn't see the start of that, but I'm sure they'll show us. And welcome back to the Waxhead, the most knowledgeable person I've ever met in this particular forum, the longboarding and actually the shortboarding as well. Good to have you here.
Thank you, Jerry. Happy to be here, and this is the Baler International Pro. We're in the quarterfinal Heat 2, and we've got the Philippines representing Chico Lopez and Danny Widianto, the Indonesian, the sole Indo left flying the flag in the Indonesian round. We still have Ketut Agus in the QS coming up later on, and there's the champ of the last heat, JR Esquivel, and his trademark Philippine labelled flag, very similar colours, and Michael Takayama over there in Oceanside, California, did that board from start to finish shaped it, sanded it, glassed it, resin pin lines, the whole lot. And it was just for JR's run last year into Malibu, and he did make the finals, and didn't have his best showing, but he did make the finals. And Michael, I believe the Takeyamas do have a little bit of Filipino heritage in them as well, despite being Hawaiian and Californian shaping royalty. There is some Philippine bloodline there.
If there's anything to do with Hawaii, there's an awful lot of Filipinos in Hawaii. A lot of the ex-pro surfers have Filipino blood. They went there. They didn't take it over, but the Hawaiians are quite a mix, and Filipinos a real big part of it.
And a 5 for Lopez opening up, and here goes Denny. Ooh, nice little 10 there, and beautiful, clean logging conditions right now. And Denny goes complete. A little bobble there, but he does get back, which is important, and the judges will take note on that. He's going to be looking for something on the inside. And most of that scoring's already juiced from that outside section, so probably most likely a slightly similar score. That little bobble will keep it down. And Danny states that one of his favourite influences in longboarding is Harrison Roach, the 2022 World Longboard Champion, and I can see similarities in his style. Harrison spent a lot of time over in Indonesia in the last decade, over in Batu Keras on Java and around the Canggu and Uluwatu region, so that's natural. And Chico Lopez, the solid set surfer out of La Union, and he's driving through the whitewash on this one. Beautiful, critical 10 there. And he's looking to build on his total. That was a great way to start that wave. And for a larger frame surfer, he's definitely nimble with his feet, Jerry.
He certainly is, and I was a bit worried he was going to run over his competitor there. It was almost a bit of a, get out of my way, young fella. I'm going to smash you, and I'm a big bloke. But that 10 to start with was just amazing. What do you think he was looking for under his board
his
there?
fin, he would have felt a little bit of turbulence, I think, with that fin. When you're coming through the whitewater, I did a little explanation yesterday and talked about how difficult it was actually in Widianto's heat, where I said where he was driving through the whitewater and how hard that is to maintain composure. And here's Lopez doing the same. And we have JR Esquivel, the champion of that last heat. He's going to be moving to the semis with Camille on the glass.
Yes, we are live here with JR Esquivel, now moving up to the semifinals. So can you give us an update on the wave conditions out there right now?
It's a little bit smaller today, but it's really clean, glassy. So yeah, it's really fun to surf with the longboard.
And when you start the day with 8.5, 7.75, you're really raising the bar for scoring for other competitors. Is there something else you haven't done or you haven't shown us yet?
It's all I can do. Maybe I just need a better wave, bigger wave to score a bigger score.
Are you looking at the lefts more than the rights, or how do you know where to sit out there in the lineup?
It depends what the waves offer. If the wave offers right, I'll go right. But yeah, if the waves in the left, I'll go left.
Okay, and moments before we went live, we couldn't help but keep our eyes glued to the ocean to see how RJ is doing as he is surfing the semis against Danny Widianto. What do you think, RJ or Danny?
I love them both, but yeah, I'll go with RJ because he's from La Union.
Yes, and yesterday that was a very heartwarming moment. We're still talking about it, how you gave him that right, and which allowed him to advance into these quarters. So thank you for that. I'm sure RJ is very thankful for that. So anyone you want to greet this morning, JR?
I just want to thank my sponsors, Vans Philippines, Surftown La Union, Alima, Cemento Surf, Salad Stoke, and my girlfriend Reina, and to everyone watching this event, thank you so much sa suporta ninyo, and ayun.
Thank you, JR, and good luck. Semis na. Back to the live action.
Thank you very much. It's funny they talk about JR giving Chico or RJ the wave yesterday, and how thankful RJ was. I know Rory McDonald wasn't overly thankful about it.
Yeah, exactly.
I had a chat to Rory later, and he said, "Look, that's the way life is. It's legal. That's the sport. And if he had a fellow competitor out there and he was offered to do the same thing, that's what would happen." So what did happen was that Rory McDonald or Pan was coming second with only a few seconds to go.
Mm-hmm.
There was a split peak out there, and generally they had been going right. But JR chose to go left because RJ Chico was out there and offered RJ the right. RJ took the right, overtook Rory by the most minimal amount of points, and knocked Rory out of the competition.
And no mistake from Rory. 2 minutes to go, he took off on a wave that did have a bit of potential, and thought, I'm going to do a strategic move here and take it, knowing that Chico was down into third or fourth priority at that point.
Yep.
But he didn't expect JR to give him the wave. But that 30 seconds to go, the wave easily couldn't have come. So, and great surfing for Chico to actually get the score too. So a 7 and a 5 to open up this. He's out to an early start. The judges yet to lock in Denny's score. It does look like it's probably going to come in under a 4.9 with that little bobble. So he's chasing a pretty considerable 7.10 right now with a quiet ocean. So Chico off to a raging start.
Yeah, and you were saying he's a big frame guy. He's 32 years old, Chico, so he's certainly one of the elder statesmen of the La Union longboarding scene, and someone you were saying the other day that they all have looked up to, and even JR.
Yeah, so I think when I don't want to talk out of turn, but when I'm free surfing there, he definitely calls the shots. He doesn't think he does, but I see him out there. This guy's older than him, of course, and they wouldn't be bothered free surfing during contest time. But in the free surfs, he's the one who's been muscling his way around the lineup, gets whatever wave he wants, and his positioning is key. So that nose ride where he came across through the section, I'm not surprised because I saw him do that. I mean, he's doing the most technical nose riding in La Union. Despite his heavy-set frame, he doesn't get a lot of that fanfare, but I feel Chico Lopez is the best nose rider there.
What's the difference? What does someone, for example, we watched the young 11-year-old or even the 12-year-old, the young female longboarders. Now, they're incredibly light. Ginger, right? So she's only 35 kilos. He's got to be 85 kilos.
Yeah.
So what's the theory about how they can both stand on the nose and for example, him not nosedive?
Well, I'll tell you something right now. Chico's board in terms of leaderage, good morning, the Waxhead, Jerry here. Chico's board in terms of leaderage would be smaller than Ginger's.
Really?
Yes. So Chico's nose on his board is probably under 17 inches, might be 16 3/4 inches wide, which is about that wide, 12 inches down. Because we measure a surfboard's nose at 12 inches down, we measure the width of the tail at 12 inches up.
Okay, yep.
His board's got a narrow nose and a wider tail. It fits the pocket really well, where you want to sort of be tucked up. I'm going to do a little. You want to be the fin needs to be here, the barrel's here. You want to be on the nose with the tail in the pocket, and Chico's actually driving through the section. That's what understanding your equipment will allow you to do. Heavier set guy, but he's tuned in with his equipment and he's getting the scores to show. So split peak here, Widianto, and he goes nice 10 there, and he holds it slightly through the whitewash, not as critical, and he gets that cross step after the turn. So if he gets a bonus here, this is going to be a nice answer back. I don't feel like it'll go to the 7, but it'd be a really nice backup. But he does need something strong on the end here. He's looking for something here. It's not going to give it to him on the lower tide. Oh no, he does have a little bonus, but all that scoring's juiced from the outside. Yeah. So low tide.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a lot of end sections here at the moment. My thinking is, they could get out of there a bit earlier, but it just goes to show the technical or the technical issues there, because my thinking, which I guess other people may think the same as me, that RJ would actually need more foam in the nose, being a heavier set guy. So it's really interesting to know that that's not the case.
Education out there. If you want more, hit me up at the Art of Trim on Instagram. I get a lot of messages after I commentate on my main profile on Instagram, but I only have a certain amount of hours in the day. If you want to learn more, you can message me there and we can chat, because I can't just give... And it's... Chico's surfing a wave that allows him to surf. Like, he's choosing waves to allow him to surf like that. And it's that board's working for Chico won't always work for someone else. So the advice I'm giving is purely for Chico, and I'm analysing Chico right now, and it's all relative to the person, the where they're surfing, and their experience, right? So for certain levels, like we say, Mara Lopez and the youngster Ginger, they're new to surfing in general. They've only surfed for a few years, so that stability that a wider board will give them will allow them to feel what kind of surfer they are. They're developing, they're growing.
Of course, yeah.
They don't need anything.
And their boards then, they will change over the years as they get bigger or you get more experienced. By the way, that was a 6.35 there from Danny, so that's helped him quite a lot. He only needs a 5.66 now to move into the lead, so we have more of a competition going now. And we're halfway through this heat already. This heat seems to have gone far quicker than the last heat did. I'm not really sure why, but...
Not as many waves in this, but we've just had interesting things to talk about. Which is fun. And so Denny's second priority right now, a seasoned, not seasoned, but he's competed on the World Junior Tour and in the Asian QS as well. He's in the top 10 of the QS. Got knocked out in the round of 16 the other day. Put in a great performance, got pipped at the post. So he's a really savvy competitor, and he's applying it to longboarding now. So only needing a 5.66 right now. That's not going to be it as well.
Well worth taking off under priority, just in case it looks like it's going to line up. I was talking to True before about particularly JR. It seems like he has a standard takeoff in that he fades, runs to the nose. It seems to be almost every wave he does that. And I was saying to her that if I were the other competitors looking at the scores he gets, that's exactly what I would do as well. I mean, obviously it's relative to what the wave's doing, but it almost seems like it's every wave.
He was lucky that those lefts lined up for him.
They did line up, yeah.
If he was on his backside, it would have been a much fairer battle. But that board that he's riding, that Michael Takayama, they are renowned nose riders. They do turn, but they are very safe. And once again, the leaderage of that board is probably another 5 litres more than what Chico's riding right now. And so JR would be around 60 kilos, maybe less. And he's riding a board considerably larger than what maybe the 80 kilo Chico is out there now. So it just goes to show it's different. But Chico's not able to, I mean, he could ride that board for sure, but the idea is the judges want to see critical nose riding. And JR's coming from the face, nose riding through the pocket, turning, getting back, and he's doing a variety of maneuvers that are helping him get critical. But Chico's just taking off, fading, coming through the section, and sort of backdooring it a little bit on the nose.
Okay, yeah.
Just, if he was on his backside, that board's going to be very difficult for Chico right now.
Yeah, all right. And when you talk about leaderage, how many leaders are we talking about?
I don't know with longboards. I play with the computers a lot with designs and outlines, but I don't know, 70, 80 litres?
Okay, and the majority of the foam is in the middle of the board because, you seem to know a great deal sort of about the nose and the tail, so the majority is under your body where you're paddling, would you say? Or?
Yeah, slightly back, just a little bit further back of centre. Generally, that's where the most of the volume will be.
What's your board? What are the dimensions? I mean, how thick is your board? How wide is your board?
My general board's a Bob McTavish. It's a 9.4 by 22 3/4 wide. It's 2 7/8 thick, so just under 3 inches. It has a broomstick rail, which is the trademark McTavish rail, where it's a 50-50 rail, but it's like the end of a broomstick, where it is pinched, but it's not knifey. Okay. So it's a safe rail, but a thin rail. It's usually got that one that I'm thinking of right now has got a 17 3/4 wide nose. I have a 16 1/4 tail. I have a standard 3 1/8 or 3 1/4, depending on which board it is, nose rocker. And I've generally got a little more tail rocker, 3.5 inch to 3 3/4 tail rocker.
And here goes RJ, straight to the nose. And as we talked about, the boards, the tail of the board's sitting almost in the barrel, if there had been a barrel there. So it was relatively critical. Straight back in there. Nice wave, too. He's chosen a nice way. Well, it's shut down like the others have. Is he going to hang on and hope for a bonus section? Looks like he is. Could almost have turned and gone left there, but he's hoping that little section will suck up, and I don't think it's going to. So, nice start of the wave. Do you think that's going to eclipse his 5.0?
Yeah, I think it will, for sure. That was a very critical nose ride, and he's come ready to go today. He hasn't put a foot wrong in this heat so far, so the pressure will be back on Widianto. I think that he will need something like a 6 or even a 7 again to advance. But Danny's got a few tricks up his bag, and the thing is, there just hasn't been a lot of waves to really open up in this heat. They've surfed what's come through really well. They haven't made any mistakes. It's just that Lopez here, 6.4, so right in between, and now needing a 7.05 again, Widianto. So it's going to have to be
the best
wave
wave.
of the heat.
Yeah, exactly. Loads of time, 7:42. Loads of ability. So, we'll see what happens there. He just needs to stay calm and stay cool and know that he's capable of doing it.
Little front coming through out there. We had a little bit of sunshine earlier, and we've got a bit of fog or maybe even rain just about to come through now. And that's why it's always nice to start a heat early, because you never know what Mother Nature will throw at you. It could go flat, could be the tide, could be the wind, could be the rain, which always makes things a lot more awkward for everybody, including the judges. And this is a beautiful part of the world with a localized weather system. We've seen that quite a lot throughout the week.
We have come in, come out, like we'll have a little onshore push, then a rain, then it'll glass off again.
Yeah.
It's good because when you know that rain's coming and the onshore comes, you think to yourself, okay, it's not going to be too long. So
that's right.
It helps the guys making the decisions as to whether we surf. We don't just stop it, because certain countries you could be in, once that wind starts, the wind isn't going to stop.
Absolutely. And we've got rivers behind us and valleys, and Chico, this is a wide one. Danny didn't see much potential in it. Because the outside section didn't seem to... he took off really wide. So this would be a great backup score if he needed one. I don't think that... I mean, it'll get close to that 5.5 maybe, unless he has something on the end, and he does. So he's trying to get rid of the 6.4. Nothing to lose at this point. And if Widianto had taken that, it would have been a tough ask.
He was way too deep. Yeah, he would have to get across it. And I think that was pretty smart there from RJ to just, see that there was a wave there and go for it under priority. And here goes Danny right here, right now. Straight to the nose, straight to a 10. Yeah. Little closeout section there. He's going to try to push through that. With his still on the nose the whole way. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Nicely turned back inside. And he's got a little inside section here.
Yeah, he's going to have to do something dynamic in here. And
kind of missed the tap off the white water there.
Yeah.
He's going to hang on, hopefully, for another half a point here, which he needs. And there's his little tap. So I guess he's finished the wave. I don't know if the judges are going to... he hasn't finished his wave. I mentioned this to Drew before. I keep saying they finished their wave. The longboarders go forever.
Yeah. So I think he likes it. I mean, it was under pressure as well. You've got to think he gave away quite a few moments of waves. There was definitely a few scoring waves, and he's feeling it.
He's in a hurry. He wants to get back out there, get another wave. And hopefully that's more than a 7.5. He went in really shallow there. I worry sometimes because the fins are 10 or so inches long, right? Mm-hmm. I'm sure you could supply him with another one if something happened there. But, yeah, that always worries me about the longboard. And occasionally I'll get on a longboard on a small day. And I always worry about that fin, dragging it along the sand.
Yep, absolutely. And that, he definitely stepped off in the sand. That's always... I love it when they do that. It's showing good, complete surfing. And so that'll feel good. I think the score... my first instinct was it was safe surfing, although he did go through the section. I personally think right now, Danny would be wondering, what is Chico doing to get a 7 and a 6.4? What is he doing? And truthfully, it's the board. It's fully just the board of Chico just shoving back in the pocket, and it looks really critical, which it is. And the tail is leveraging
but if it was so much the board, why wouldn't everybody just have that board?
Because they copy each other, Jerry. It's it's the biggest farce in longboarding is that a nose rider has a big wide nose, and
that's not the case. Obviously,
it's certainly.
I could see it gets under your goat a little bit. Actually,
I love the board choice of Lopez. I think it's unusual for him. I'm surprised, but it's working really well for him out here.
Absolutely. Here he is in the quarterfinal. He's leading the quarterfinal. He's going to make Danny take this wave. Oh no, he's got. Yeah. Sorry, he's going to take the wave, and talk us through it.
So this is a good set wave. Danny saw some potential. So nerves really just not apparent in this heat at all. These surfers really dueling it out. What a great battle, and I talked about that board. The only issue is with those narrower noses is that they don't like the conditions when it is sectiony. And when there is these flat dead sections, they really just like the pocket. So when there's a tight little right like we have now, that's why Lopez is really able to maximise his scoring.
And this is the first time I've seen someone lose their board to any degree, which isn't very far. But
you can see the wide points back.
Yes, yes.
Around there where that logo was. They're both on Padrol boards from Indonesia, actually, which is really nice to see the Indonesians supporting these two surfers right now. And Danny from Halfway, Kuda, his sister Daya is tuning in. She's actually on the shore supporting him right now. And this is a tense moment for both surfers. And they're bringing it to each other.
Yeah, they are. Still waiting on both of those scores. No one's, wearing a leash out there, which is what we talked about the other day, but I guess it's quite a bit smaller.
It's so controlled, the variables right now.
I know, but I guess out the back there, you could lose it right out the back, and your board could conceivably go all the way, and you could spend 5 minutes sort of swimming in and then paddling back out.
Probably shouldn't be competing in a professional event if you lose your board on the outside, though.
Yeah, well, I hear you.
You know what I mean? It's
totally.
But it is possible, yes. It is also possible to snap a leash, or as we saw with one of the Korean competitors, actually have the leash bounce back and smack her in the head, the board.
Yeah, straight in the eye.
Oh, here we go. Look at this set wave.
Eyebrow.
So Denny hasn't had a score locked in yet. He, at this point, is still chasing a 7.05. That wave didn't better the situation of, and it wasn't enough, a 6.8. So he still needs, now he needs a 6.61. And here he goes. 5.10. This wave shuts down on him. That's not going to be the score. He's going to have to kick out right now and get another answer. You can't fall down like that. So Widianto persevering. He does need to get out the back with a minute 30. He's chasing a 6.61 right now. Lopez, he's got priority. So he had to go, though, Widianto. That was the biggest wave of the heat.
I saw it coming in, and of course we've got quite a tight angle on the camera here. I was wondering what the left was like, because as the wave came in, I could see it was too wide for the right. We didn't really, we're never going to know what the left was like, but certainly JR got some scoring on the left before, so I'm wondering if he's just not interested in the left or doesn't feel that's his strong point, maybe.
For sure. Both surfers haven't even stared at the left at this point. But yeah, the lefts have been on and off. We've seen trends in heats. We've certainly seen trends to the right, but I feel like the right's probably a more reliable option, but the left has certainly been heat winning in numerous occasions.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, so 40 seconds to go. Danny really needs to make something happen here. That last wave wasn't a score for him. With priority, RJ did not go that one. That's interesting. It's a small wave.
Yeah, he's going to go for a heel hang here, I think. 5. Whoa, holding that nose right there. That's a nice start. Smaller wave, though. Doesn't have to be the best wave of the heat. And
it's actually run away from him. You can see his shoulders are slumped a little bit. Looking towards the shore, looking back out, thinking, maybe that's all.
The judges really took their time on that score, 6.8. One judge going as low as a 6.1, another 7.3, so a big spread there. He did need a low 7, but they chuck out the big score and the low score, and they even it out with a 6.8. So unable to progress is the Indonesian, and Lopez with a huge scalp. He'll go and meet Esquivel in the semi-finals. But don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with quarterfinal Heat 3 very shortly. Welcome back. Quarterfinal Heat 3 of the LQS is the qualifying series, the third of three announced events out in the water. Taka Inui from Japan, Jun Esquivel, who's the younger brother of J.R. Esquivel, who got through quarterfinal Heat 1. In the booth, John Carby joining Matt, the Waxhead, and we look forward to taking you away in this heat. Some smaller, clean conditions today. We saw some phenomenal right-handers in that last heat and long lefts in the one before. How's your morning been, Carby?
It's been busy running around doing contest director sort of stuff, but everything's running really smooth and nice down there. Beautiful conditions. We're hoping it does bump up a little bit. According to the forecast, which is sort of what we've been going off, the wind's supposed to be great all day, and the swell is supposed to pick up, as you can see on the screen. Not yet. So it's a fading swell, but apart from this little pulse that's supposed to go through today. So it might come a bit later. We got the short borders coming up after this, but maybe a break if we don't get any better conditions, because it is super slow out there.
It's got smaller.
Yeah.
I feel like since we woke up, there was some sort of sets pulsing earlier, but I was very impressed to see those longboarders in that last heat. That was a really good exchange of two natural footers there, Denny and Chico Lopez, and Lopez using his board to his advantage. But in this heat, we have the creative Taka Inui up against who I would call the surprise packet of my trip here to the Philippines. It's seeing just how solid June is with his wave selection, and he rarely falls as well.
Yep, nice. There we are.
The Waxhead, John Carby here, joining you with the call at the Baler International Pro. The first time we've had an international event on the east side of Luzon, and Baler welcoming the WSL with open arms. They've had the national tour here, the UPSA tour, which is over there, and these are all our sponsors here. The Philippine Olympic Committee are watching this right now, and of course the Department of Tourism. This is Region 3, and we have our director here, Richard Danos. I saw him around, I believe, earlier on. The mayor, and we've got the congressman and the senator, the Angara family. They're a big influence here in the Aurora province, and beautiful clean waves.
It's good to hear all those government agencies, regional directors of tourism, senators. Like that's a great show of support towards this event in Baler, and it hasn't let us down. It's been amazing. As we can see out there, these guys sitting quite tight, and their lead up to this quarterfinal has been also a little bit different. Taka going through quite comfortably through his heats. Jun sort of going that harder route. I think in his round of 16, he scored that on the last 30 seconds of that heat. So Jun's got that sort of fight and grind and get through his heats, where Taka's been showing innovation, dynamic surfing, and that little twist and flavour that I've loved, absolutely loved. Whereas you're saying Jun's gone that more sensible wave choices and everything like that. So I love the way it's sort of, these guys are met in the middle. It's super cool to see how they've approached it, basically.
Jun's really been the toiler in this event so far, working hard and really just scraping through his heats. And someone who has also been scraping through their heats, but that one was very convincing, was RJ Chico Lopez representing La Union. He's down on the glass with Camille right now.
Yes, I am here with a very emotional RJ Chico Lopez, who is fighting back tears because this is a tremendous win for his career and might just be the best day of his life. So RJ, let's lighten up the mood a bit. So yesterday when you advanced to the quarterfinals, your brother actually threw a slushie or a smoothie at you. What flavor was the slushie?
I don't know. What's that mean?
We saw a photo of you, Warren, throwing what looked like the mango shake.
Mango shake.
Okay, this time did they throw anything at you as you...
No, because I cry.
And it's okay to cry. That was a very tough heat. You surfed against Dani Widianto, one of the best surfers in the tour right now. So, yeah, now do you know where you are? You're in the semis of the WSL. Talk me through it. How do you feel?
I feel great and yeah, so happy to win. That's it.
I think, will you be surfing against J.R. Esquivel next?
Yeah.
Do you have a game plan? Because J.R. is also your coach. You look to him for advice and tips. What do you think you need to do to beat J.R.?
Just follow him.
Okay, but that is good advice. Do as JR does. But to be the best, you gotta beat the best. And you are well on your way to becoming one of the best longboarders in Asia. So, may gusto ka bang pasalamatan?
Siyempre, nagpapasalamat ako kay God dahil binigyan niya ako mga magagandang alon. And then sa mga sponsor ko and then sa partner ko lagi nakaka-support sa akin. And sa dalawang mga anak ko dyan. Shoo!
Ashley and Mara also want to shout out.
Shout out sa mga kapatid ko ditong yun, bahala na kayo.
Okay, all right. We'll leave the family to celebrate on the side. Back to the live action.
Well, following after the Lopez clan, a man of few words, much like his younger sister Mara there as well.
He's just stoked to be there. Like, you can see he's had a breakout. Sometimes it just works for you, and he obviously wasn't expecting. He's just out there doing his best, and his best good enough to get him into the semi-finals of this event. So emotion, and I love emotion. That's what gets my heartstrings pulled out when somebody is living out their passion and it's finally going the way that they want it to go, which is epic.
And that board he's riding is very unique. It's the most unique board in the draw, and I talked with Jerry in that last heat about why he's able to get those sevens and why Denny was just a little bit under. Not that Denny's surfing wasn't there. He was surfing smooth and clinical, but Lopez, and I'm not even drawing conclusions here, he wouldn't know why his board does that. He's just surfing what he's got.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's able to fit that board in the pocket, and which is the complete opposite of Jun there. So you see Taka riding through the whitewater, Jun unable to, and that's what happens when you nose ride on the face compared to when you nose ride through the section. But Taka here, just nice smooth line here. Just he knows he's only got to get a 4.25 at this point, and he finishes cleanly on the inside as you would expect.
Maybe keep going on this too.
So you see that board's got a lot of rocker in the front.
Yes.
Where Chico's is flat. There's no rocker at all, very minimal. And the wide point's back. So just, I'm loving these little features, and Lopez doesn't really know why that board works for him. He just feels it and it suits him. We talked in that last heat about why he's getting those scores, and it was just because he was placing it in the critical part and the board was responding. Put him on a bigger left-hander, that board will do the opposite. It'll bounce out of the section. As we can see here, nice fade there coming from behind, driving through the whitewash for Taka, so that it was a nice clean setup with the drop knee, and that's what got him through to the inside, Carpy.
Yeah, he was. You can see as Jun goes down there, and that setup, that fade takeoff, also great entrance into a wave because it gets you behind that power source, and you come up into it, and you can see there straight into that nice opening carve, giving himself maximum potential to get the scores, and then that 5 into a 10, nothing majorly held there, but into a foam climb, and then he continued this thing onto the inside where he kicked off. So he definitely got the most out of every moment of that wave, even a nice critical 5 on that last one. A little bit less control, but that's his style also. Yeah. The wildling style that sort of makes everything look more dynamic, and I can see that foot looking the goods. We saw him limp up on his round of 16, not affecting his surfing at all. Unless it is, then he's doing really well with an injury.
Well, that was one of the smoothest waves I've ever seen of Tucker, and I'm talking about the World Longboard Tour as well. In 6 years of watching him, that was the most reserved and smoothest surfing I've ever seen, and he gets a 6-point ride, a reward for that. And I say that with a lot of respect because he is an energizer bunny. He's used to throwing the kitchen sink at a wave, which in Australian colloquial language basically means chucking everything.
Yep.
And the judges don't need everything. They don't want it. And they spell it out. They want to see style, flow, and grace. Those 3 pillars of the criteria, a mixture of turns, nose rides, and the most important part is stepping in and out of the turns and the nose rides, which is part of the art of trim. It's part of understanding about timing and placing the board where it is. And theoretically, the surfers that introduced barrel riding to the world, the surfers that introduced nose riding, and the same surfers who introduced the cutbacks were the same people who were winning world titles and were in the magazines in the 1960s.
Wow.
They understood, and they were actually really benefited from surfboard design because month by month there was new things coming out, and they understood placement and board design, and that's why we have today's surfing. Here goes Taka. Nice 5 and 10 combo. Snaps that one around. Beautiful soul arch. And see here, just the hands go up a little bit and that this is where he starts getting a bit excited, and he starts throwing everything at the wave. The hard work's done. Doesn't need anything. Needs a nice, clean, smooth finish. He's not getting many extra points on the end of that wave, and that's just how he is. See that little nose ride?
Yep.
If anything, it took away from what he did on the outside. I'm thinking he's on his way to an 8.
Yep.
And I feel like by the end of that wave, that flow element wasn't there. I'm thinking 6, 5, 7.
And so one of my things I hear, we'll talk us through Jun's wave before I get into Tucker.
So nice fade for himself. There's the critical moment, holding through the section, gets the hips. The guy was extremely sore last night, got a massage. You can see how loose and flowing he is. He has the cupping marks, and here he is looking for more himself. He just got to finish strong here, and he does. So if he can kick out of here and just show the judges no more scoring in here, Jun. Just that's it. Wave's done. Kick out. Just kick out, buddy. You don't need anything more here. You're done. And
inside section not giving anything critical.
No,
by
it's
nature.
just risk and taking away from that flow. If he'd have kicked out, once again, almost they're watching the judges.
Yeah.
But I'm the judge. I see what happens. I hear them. No more scoring on the inside. All that work was done.
Better to kick off with confidence, paddle back out, head held high, good bit of body language.
Yep.
And you're going to send a message to the judges. I know there was nothing left in that wave.
Sure.
I know what I'm doing.
Self-confidence and knowing the task is complete with that wave. And once again, it's what we just alluded to about placing the board in the right spot on the wave. I think of the likes of Jock Sutherland. I think of Mickey Dora. I think of Phil Edwards, John Peck. I think of Butch Van Aertsalen. I think of the surfers that were the first to ride the pipeline. They were all some of the best nose riders. They were some of the best small wave hot doggers. And they were also some of the best in the biggest Hawaiian juice. And those surfers were able to do it from 2 to 20 feet. And they wrote the book on what longboard style was. And they surfed everything with style, flow, and grace.
So speaking of that, that's what I was going to get back to with Tucker. Dropping that 6.0, he still has a score to drop in. And he talked about he lost a little bit of grace on that. But the style that Tucker has, I believe sort of that's where he does get his points because it's a different style and it is a point of difference. And he's full of style, albeit a little bit of a different style to everybody else. But I believe you're right, it comes at a little bit of the cost of the grace style of his surfing. And that's sort of my views on what's sort of going on out there. How he's getting these big scores is because that weird, unique style.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful on a longboard to watch. Like I said, I love it. It gives an excitement to my soul. It might not go totally traditional, but it's super fun.
Yeah, he's definitely breaks the status quo.
Yeah.
And that's important as well, and that's his flavour. That's his style.
It is his flavour.
And that is his style.
Yeah.
And if you can rein it in with flow and grace, I mean, we talk in shortboard surfing, style isn't in the criteria. We have speed, power, and flow.
Yeah.
But if you have somebody, for example, Christian Fletcher or Aussie Wright, I would say Christian Fletcher's style is sure-footed. I would say he's boxy and he's stable. And he's going to pump down the line, probably do a couple little speed snaps and fly into an air with a huge...
I think he did a stab comp and he sent one of the biggest airs ever done by anyone. He didn't land one of them and then he landed it and it was incredible.
That's his style is the aerial and that's his boxy style.
Yeah.
Where if you look at, say, Ethan Ewing doing that, he's going to carve through those sections and he's going to hit the air, maybe not as high. It's going to be a package, and both of them are a personal preference. 7-point ride for Tucker. One judge going as high as 7.5, another going as low as a 6.5. Exactly as I predicted. I feel like it was on his way to an even higher score. The best score of the day so far. Milking it to the end, looking for more. It didn't need more,
Maybe
John.
just left that bad taste in the judge's mouth. Because they saw him starting to grovel on a wave that didn't need any grovel attitude. It was already done. And June Esquivel might have been in the same boat.
6.9. I love that score for the judges. And if we have a look at the comparison between the two, June got less work done than Tucker. And I would have to say Tucker actually got more critical work done. Not taking away from June's surfing. John Carby, Matt the Waxhead here. We're at the Baler International Pro, Sabang Beach. We are on the east coast of Luzon. The first time there's been an international surfing event here on the east coast of the Philippines.
And we are in the Costa Pacifica, is the place we're sitting in right now. We've just had a beautiful breakfast this morning. Great host
actually
for
some
this
of the best
week.
Coffee as well.
Some great coffee. We're drinking brewed coffee. I think I've had about 13 this morning already. It is that good. So thank you to the Costa Pacifica for not just giving us all these areas, but the way they're looking after us, it's sensational. My room is immaculate every single day. It's just a great resort. There's a pool that you can take a dip in after work, or obviously if you're here on holiday, there's not too much work, so you can spend the day in there.
Food's good here, and this is the windy season, would you believe? And every morning we've nearly had clean conditions at some point in the morning.
Absolutely, yeah.
And forecast, don't really trust it too much.
Not the wind for sure. The swell, even a little bit of a letdown today, but it's been on par throughout the week. The wind has been completely off.
Yeah.
But I also say that's got a lot to do with the mountains behind us, that range. Oh, Taka.
There's that style we talk about, nice upright style, and he gets that Lance Carsten style hang 10 up on the nose again. Now if he can just finish cleanly and smooth, so the hands start going up when he hits the inside section. Let's see if he can learn from that last score. Nice poise, timing here, and he up on the nose again, and he's listening to the judges, and this wave's a nice completed one so far, so that'll go nice. It'll probably be right in between that 6 and the 7, I think, in the scale of the heat. Thoughts, John?
Same thing. He kept going a little bit longer. He had that nice little nose ride again, a nice little foam climb on the end, He could have kicked off and put that point on it, but I believe that might go into his top 2 now. I think he may even get above that. 7 is where I'm feeling, maybe 7.25, maybe a little bit more, but what do you think?
I think 6.5 might be a right on their score, and I mean, we're analysing in depth. That's our role here, and I'm calling the play-by-play. John's calling the colour, and we have some passion for these surfers. This is a QS. They're trying to qualify for that World Longboard Tour, and I am trying. One of my goals is to educate. You can see Tucker bailing out of that one.
That was an interesting move.
Very unusual.
Normally, you would have seen someone Eskimo roll a section like that. He sort of spun, and wore it on the back.
He expected that to be a little heavier than it was, but. I want to educate these surfers, because some of them tuning in right now haven't competed with international surfers.
Yeah.
Some of them are the next generation. If you do want to see the identification of what I'm talking about, look up Harrison Roach, 2022 world champion. It was a heat against Taylor Jensen. Last year's world champion, Kai Salas, who surfed against Carniella Stewart, and a 7.9 for Taka Inui. The judges really appreciating that smooth finish.
I liked it. He didn't miss a section of that wave. It seemed that when the wave was dying out, he did the exact right stuff to get back to that area, and then followed that up with a nice combination. So he didn't just hit back to the power source and wait. He'd follow that down carve in with a nose walk. It was beautiful to watch. And
flowing.
Flowing and stylish. Like I said, he lost a little bit of his grace with those arms coming up, but the judges absolutely loving that and hitting the very good, as close to very good
as possible.
As close to an excellent ride as you can. So
two judges went excellent. One went 7.5 and another went 7.8. So evens it out at the 7.9. We get rid of the high and the low. We have an international judging panel. We've got surfers from all over the Asia region and Australia as well. So there is zero bias there. And as we are looking out there, I can see some of our government officials who are here tuning in. We have Vinnie Marcos there, and we have Senator Sunny Angara, Congressman Ramel Angara, the local government of Baler. Thank you for having us here right now. And this is the Aurora Province Department of Tourism Regional 3. Richard Danos, the directors around. We're sitting here in Costa Pacifica, and a big thank you to House Speaker Martin Romualdez, Tingong Party List, Philippine Sports Commission, and the Philippine Olympic Committee, who are tuning in, watching with their eagle eyes. This could be an Olympic sport in no time, John.
In 20, what were we, 20, where are we now?
28.
Pandemic ruined my scheduling. We saw surfing first in the Olympics in Tokyo.
Yep.
We're going to see them again in France. Hoping to see longboard in the fray by New York.
LA, yeah.
And LA.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, New York. I always get New York and everyone always corrects me. I'll just say the States.
The States,
and I'll just cover all, and then hopefully we can get longboard into the fray by that stage.
That would be fantastic.
And if not, then there's possibility of it getting to Noosa or Australia. And you'd have to think, if they're in Snapper, they've also got locations like Noosa, and if they're going to sort of divide the sport,
wave pools too.
Yeah, but you might be able to run it because it's going to be in Brisbane, the Olympics. So you've got Snapper on one end, 1 hour away from Brisbane, or you've got Noosa on the other end. So
for the longboard, Snapper's great. You could have a 3-week waiting period, and I mean we're getting really into it here. You can see my relaxed body language. But longboarding at Snapper Rocks is a fantastic place. You have Greenmount as well. And
well, you could almost take it to Kira. You'd almost go on a longboard. You could almost ride those things through to Kira.
And 2 to 20 feet, we're here for it. Longboarding is a form of surfing that epitomizes style, flow and grace. And here he is, the heat leader with a 7.9 on his last wave. Smooths, as I just said, that hatchet fin.
Commentators curse again.
The fin snapped out there. His pivot fin really just popped out, which you don't see too often from Tucker. But
no, his rail game is on point. Probably getting a little bit too hard on that tail. He does push it, doesn't he?
He does. He did some fantastic turns in the last few days, as did his sisters. So they're looking great. And Tucker, he didn't have a great performance over there at La Union or in the wave pool. And I have a look at the longboard rankings right now. He did re-qualify for last year's World Tour. So he didn't make it to the final 8, but he was within the final 10.
Yep.
So he will go through, and it'll look like at this point Kai Hamasi, the ratings leader, looking strong.
And we sort of looked at it, and very hard to take Kai Hamasi away from that unless we have some more events. But he's also still in the event, so if he gets his third really strong result, he's going to be impossible no matter what happens throughout the year.
It's actually up to Roger now to jump Denny Widianto, because at this point it would be Widianto who would be jumping ahead of Jean-Marie, and at this point he would be in line for that wildcard position, given that Tucker's way down. So if we have a upset and Roger was to get through, he would need to make, I personally feel like he'd need to make the final because Danny will grab some more points too.
Yep.
And that would be a very unique situation. Going for the first left we've seen in about 45 minutes, casting our mind back to JR a couple of heats before, some long lefts that got him the win in quarterfinal heat 1, and it was all on the rights, quarterfinal heat 2. So Tucker
having fun.
This heat's really coming down, less than 2 minutes. June requiring an 8-point ride. His last one is 6.9. Esquivel looking clinical in his performance, but just not able to go to the excellent range which he requires, like his brother. And here he goes. This is his answer, paddling hard. And he's on a little right here, fades in. Wave hasn't broken yet.
Oh, he has time. This swell is a lot slower than that. That obviously wasn't a set. So with 1 minute and 20 seconds, he's hoping that thing rolls through.
Sarah Wakita, she's the ratings leader for the QS Women's. She'll be coming up shortly after this men's quarterfinal heat 4, and she'll be watching eagerly, drawing a lot of comparisons to Chiba. I've seen these surfers every night at the Sushi, the Japanese restaurant, and the owner is down here checking out some of his best customers that he's ever had. He's loving it. He said, I've never had so many Japanese people at my Japanese restaurant. He is so stoked.
Awesome. That's what I was talking at an Indian restaurant the other night. I was saying, must be a great feeling for someone who is running say any style restaurant, and that particular person that you're making that culture's food come in and enjoy you know what I mean? It must be something, and they must be loving that. They're loving it too.
For sure. And I'm a big fan of Mexican food, and I would say a connoisseur. Been there many times, and through Southern California. And when I go to a Mexican restaurant outside of Mexico, California, or Australia, I feel I don't look a Mexican, but I feel like I've got a very firm judgment.
You look a little Mexican.
Yeah, I mean, when I put the filters on Instagram on.
See, there's a board in the way. I talked about this yesterday.
All
right, so that's what I was talking about yesterday. Could that be an interference?
Yes, it could. It would certainly be an interference, and Tucker's hands going up, going, what's going on? So he's asking for the interference. Even though he gets through the heat, he's won a 7.9 and a 7.0.
Yeah,
and
I don't think the judges will penalise him twice, but it would actually send a message at what is the situation if that happens. Because we did bring it up yesterday.
Yep.
You said you'd never seen it. I'm glad we saw it.
And June Esquivel still would have been in that situation if he had a leash, because he was still 10 feet from his board. 10 feet board, 10 feet leash, 20 feet of obstacle, plus momentum. Tucker Inui, 14.9, almost goes excellent. Defeating June Esquivel, the younger brother of JR. He'll be moving through to the semi-finals. Don't go anywhere. Going to be back for quarter-final Heat 4 of the LQS, the Asia region. Catch you soon.
And a special guest.
Welcome back to the Baler International Pro. We're into quarterfinal number 4 of the LQS. Roger Kasugai and Kai Hamase out there in true styling, joined in the booth with John Carby and a very special guest as well, Vinny Marcos. Good morning.
Morning. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. Yeah.
Welcome to the booth.
Thanks, yeah.
You
Bit nervous, but yeah.
I don't know why. You know surfing. I saw you out there this morning.
Yeah.
Out there on a longboard. You were doing okay?
No, I was cooking out so hard. Like, I'm really not used to beach breaks. Like, I usually surf reef at, Chargal, so yeah, getting used to it's such a trip.
We had a few good surfs in La Union together, and you definitely weren't cooking out there. You were actually surfing really well. You had a new board, right? You had a mashup.
Yeah, Firewire mashup.
Yep, thanks to Kudo Surfboard Riders, I believe. They helped you get that one back to the country and under your feet.
with endorphin quads as well. It's like so nice. Like snapped it first one.
All right, Kai Hamasi up on his first wave, true?
Yeah, gets a really long 10 to lock in as he steps back. And then this is Roger Kasugai. I keep doing that.
It's good. It's good to see you do it from time to time.
I know. I didn't at the start. I was like, yes. But Kai taking this one through to the inside. This wave locked in, I think, at a 7.75, unless this is his second wave.
This might be his second wave. We might have missed one.
Wow. So Kai, he's the current leader on the Asia rankings, and he's looking really solid.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they locked that 7.75 in as he was riding, unless we missed the replay sign on the top of the screen there that we normally get, but who knows. Vinny, good to be down in Baler. I know you love this town.
Yeah, I actually really like it here. Like, I really want to surf Cemento, but I haven't had the chance yet. Yeah.
Why? It's because there's another skateboard event going on at the same time as this.
Yeah, so Baler is the only place to have, like, I would say the first proper skate park in the entire Philippines, and it's the best. Like, it has everything. Like, the bowl is perfect. Like, the features are perfect. Kind of want to live here.
And it is, so you got the waves on one side and the quality of a wave like this beach break, reef breaks like Cemento, and then you've got a world-class skate park. Yeah. About 20 minutes away from here also.
Which one, sorry?
20 minutes away is that skate park.
Yeah, and it's like, I could spend all day here. Like, and our champ, Mac, like, he surfs in the morning and then skates in the afternoon, and he says it's the perfect day for him.
Perfect day.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, while we've got Camille there, I think she's going to be able to have a chat with Taka Inui, who is the last heat's heat winner. Take it away, Camille.
True, yes. Taka Inui, now you are moving on to the semifinals. So I couldn't help but notice you didn't wear a leg rope or a leash today. Why was that?
Yesterday is very bumpy, then today very small and clean, so little bit stuck. Yeah, I don't know how this. It's better.
It's better to not wear a leash today because the conditions are cleaner and the waves are smaller, because we have a few photos of you. We saw you as you were cross-stepping to the nose. The leash kind of got tangled in your legs and you had to throw it over your head. You looked like you were doing skipping rope on the longboard. You know skipping rope?
Yeah. I tried to TV show. I tried to skip 3 years ago. First one, then very hard.
Okay, so that's actually something Taka's been practicing, because he just keeps having the most fun out there, skipping rope while cross-stepping on a longboard during a competition. That is wild. So, yes, anything else you want to say for now, Taka? You're into the semis. Are you feeling pressured, or you're just feeling light, feeling good?
Yeah. I'm feeling very good. My biggest sister, youngest sister, into the semi-final. Then, Kaede into the semi-final, and Sakurai lost the quarter-final. Then we are Kaede and me maybe tomorrow. Yeah, next semi-final. Yes.
I'm sure you feel very, very happy that you and Kaide are into the semifinals, and Sakura had a good quarterfinal finish as well. So we're very happy for your family, and it's so nice to see you having fun out there. So yeah, thank you, Taka, and good luck. Good luck. Back to the live stream.
Yeah, thank you so much, Camille. That was with Taka Inui. Taka is the brother of, I guess, 3 siblings. He's got Sakura and Kaede. Kaede's into the semi-finals, and we have had an update, so we're going to go on hold after these longboard heats. The next call will be at about 10:30 a.m. And John, co-commentator, also event director as well.
Co-director also. I'm a bucket full of co's at the moment.
Loving it.
Yeah.
What's the thought process?
So the
behind
thought
that?
process is there is supposed to be a bump in swell today. We're waiting for that tide maybe to come up a little bit more. We have a high tide at about 1:15 this afternoon. So sort of at the lower part of this tide, nothing's really happened yet. So hoping that that's going to slowly bump up and we can get those short boarders out there. So the forecast is that after today it drops off a little bit again. So we're trying to utilise this bump in the swell as best we can because it's a little bit hard out there already for the short boarders. But there is waves like this that Roger is on at the moment with a nice 5,
Wow.
huge vertical standing 10 there. Nice and stylish. But at this stage, this one looks like it's going to maybe get away from Roger. Smart to kick out there, I think, because Kai has a 7.75 and dropping a 7.80 from one that we had during that interview.
Yeah, they're 2 huge scores, and Kai is, this is an important heat for him. He needs to make this and to really solidify himself at the top spot. But what's been your favourite, I guess, part of this event here, Vinny? This is my first time at Baler, so I'm kind of, everything here is new for me. And, what's your favourite part?
Honestly, like this event specifically, is like, I always thought Baler was like longboard or like a fish spot, like really mellow waves. But then you just see like all the foreigners coming, like doing airs and stuff, and like 360s. I'm like, what? It's a beach rig. Like, makes no sense. So
you obviously haven't seen Neil Sanchez down here and Alan Magos. These boys.
Oh
sand
yeah,
it.
Dude, Neil's
so
crazy.
shout out to those local boys. And here goes Roger again. Must have taken this one from the inside. Nice paced wave. True.
Yeah, he's doing really well on this one, driving through. Lucky to get an inside connection as he goes straight to the nose, but that finish is really important. And unfortunately not getting the finish, but Roger, he's been looking really solid throughout this whole event. I'm sure the Waxhead will be happy to see that most of these surfers aren't wearing leg ropes.
Well, we saw a board sort of almost get in the way on the end of that last heat.
Oh, did we?
And I talked about that with the Waxhead, and he said he's never seen it before. And then we sort of saw it, but it didn't come in as an interference because I don't think it really mattered. It was on a wave that wasn't of consequence anyway. But it was, I don't know. I get the idea of the surfing and the true nature of no leg rope, no tangle, no nothing. But there's also that other, you have to swim in.
Yeah.
And I don't like swimming in. I'm going to wear a leash, but I'm a short boarder.
Yeah, like I'm surprised they're going leashless in a comp. Like you'd think you'd lose so much time, right? Like
yeah,
if
but
it, like
their leg work.
I know longboarders, right? Like I need to feel it. Like just grab the board if the wave comes. Like it's fine. I was like, all right. Like,
you longboard, Vinny. You longboard. You love it.
yeah, but then like in La Union, you see like all these like leashless boards just like coming down. Yeah.
Speaking of how all this event happened, you were a pivotal player, I dare say. Your support for surfing and your understanding also of what surfing can mean for tourism, which means a lot for like the people around the towns. Is that, and I just want to talk to you a little bit, how did like your passion for surfing is more passion for people and why you support these events so much?
I would say a bit of both. Like there's something about the innate nature of surfing that like you explore faraway places and like meet people of all walks of life, right? So like I like that aspect, but yeah, like I'm willing to travel 6 hours and like really garbage roads to like get to a surf spot. So like if I could, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, absolutely. And I know you've got a little project coming up where you're actually going to do that, right?
Yeah, we have this project. We're gonna explore the Philippines and like kind of record where the best spots are for a certain swell. Cause like the Philippines, you could surf all year round with like overhead waves every day. It's just like where you're situated, right? Like, yeah, it just needs to be all laid out. Yeah.
Yeah, and it just sort of helps with that surf tourism. Come and do that. We're talking about the search. We went up and down the coast. As we see Kai Hamasi, as we're talking, Kai Hamasi is just dropping that 7.8 on a replay. Roger's still stuck in that 3.5 and 4.5. And surf tourism does change lives. You can go from a sleepy town, what Baler would have been, I believe Jeff was talking about. In the 90s, they had a little cafe. Now they have a world-class resort on the beach, so it helps. And then through that, there's going to be hundreds of local employees. There's massage services around. There's restaurants booming around, so it definitely helps regions, and it's through nothing more than surfing.
Yeah, and I think Filipinos are pretty good at kind of jumping on that opportunity. Like, we have a great service industry. Like, Filipinos are friendly, so like, yeah, I think no matter where we set up, like, I think locals are going to be cool.
yeah, definitely.
Like,
and the boards, I believe you got them over from Flanagan boards. You're going to be handing out some lucky grums around the tracks.
Yeah, we got like 10 boards, and I didn't realize they were so nice. I'm not gonna lie, like I would have got one made for myself, but like, it's pretty.
The guys over there in Flanagan, Jason and the crew, do an amazing job out of Indonesia.
Yeah, and like in a week, is like super short time. Like,
we
boards.
put the pressure on him, and he definitely stood up to the task. 10 boards, grom boards. I think they're within that 5.0 range. Just because some of these kids have never even gone to see a surfboard, so And you said, could we get longboards? I'm like, let's get them on shortboards.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, like it's like I learned on longboards, but it's crazy what the locals just kind of like locals here, like in Baler especially, they'll get any board like half full, and it's fine for them.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's Roger. Roger, just not quite getting the numbers at the moment. This wave looks great, but those little wobbles, I believe, are going to cost him at this quarterfinal stage. You think, True?
Yeah, I agree. We're kind of at the part of the event where mistakes like that, not completing, and those weird little wobbles, you can't really have that. And this is Kai Hamase live action, straight to the nose, getting the 10. Wow. Locking in for a really long time. Wow. So Kai Hamase just showing why he is leading the Asia Series right now, and he wants a win. We saw him against JR at La Union last week, and I dare say we'll see maybe a bit of redemption. Who knows?
Who knows? They're going to not meet, I believe, until we hit those finals.
Yeah.
So the draw is set up, and that's how the draw is set up, that 1 and 2 seeded surfers always will meet towards the final. So
look at this.
Exciting. That was incredible. We all made that noise.
Yeah.
And if we're making the noise, the judges are making that noise. And so this score, I believe, is going to drop in pretty high, making things very hard for Roger, who's currently in a combination situation.
Yeah, but I think Roger can come back. Like, he definitely has the skills for it.
Roger, he was the 2019 SEA Games winner, which was the first ever time surfing entered the Southeast Asia Games, and the only time up until this point. So he is the only, or the best, official SEA Games surfer. He was the gold medalist, and I believe he was on an electric Century surfboard, which was a board out of the Philippines also. So that's my little history. And he also won a Fairness and Bravery International Award for that event too. So Roger is capable of a lot, and he's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, and here he goes.
Yeah, well, speaking of Roger, he's here right now, and no finish.
And he's lost his board a lot, but every time his board's popped back up and went straight to him. Did you see that?
Wild. Yeah, that's why. Like how did it end up behind the wave? Like,
if I have no leg rope on and I make the smallest mistake, I'm about 300 meters away instantly from my board.
Yeah, but I mean, he has a utility cord, so that probably helped.
Like, maybe he got a
invisible
toe on
leash. Finger leash.
Well, Kai Hamase's last wave, an 8.5, so extending his lead. It was an excellent score for excellent surfing. And Roger, he is now looking for a combination of 16.3, which is, I'd say, a pair of 8s. And it's definitely not out of the question. He just needs to be on some pretty good waves and limit those mistakes.
Absolutely. An 8.5, Kai going excellent. That's pretty excellent. And like I said, even during shortboard or longboarding, when you make a noise that's not really controlled in your body, it's going to be a good score, because that was excellent surfing, and we all sort of reacted just naturally to what was going on out there.
Yeah, I think everybody kind of gives shtick to like ratings and scores in surfing, but like when one wave is just really better than the other, you can really tell, you know?
Yeah, those we are the couch experts, as you can see. And there's plenty more back home. So shout out to everyone watching. I've seen a few of the YouTubes and chats and everything like that, and it's just great to see that there's a community out there. We'll even just chat on the online chat, like just while watching surfing, and that's what we're doing right now. Apparently, I had a few maths errors, and now Jerry's getting this hashtag John Math around. Thanks, Jerry Deegan. Yeah. No, I haven't seen it on the thing, but I love it. I'm okay. I do this for the love of it. What else we got, Vinny? Talk about that skate comp that's on right now also, because that's also a massive thing. We have dual international events going on right now, and I just saw Carl, so shout out to Carl walking past out there.
Yeah, like it's pretty sick seeing the two worlds. Like I'm a bit like dizzy, I'm not gonna lie, because it's like skate people and surf people in one place.
Yeah, you're getting ripped in two at this stage.
Yeah, and it's like, and the prize money is pretty big, so like it's like a lot of Southeast Asians really traveled for this competition.
Yep, and who helped set that up?
It was Tingog and speaker. Like my boss is Martin Romaldes, who's speaker of the house. Yeah.
Yeah. So which we have behind us there.
Yeah. And like really help sponsor every WSL. Like
we talk them up a lot because it's speaker himself, Martin Romaldes, the Honourable Martin Romaldes, he's got no invested interest other than what it can mean for the people and everything that goes around. He's just a supporter. He helped JR last year go to the world tour.
Yeah, he was the first one.
He was the one. He wasn't approached. He put his hand up and said, "We need to get behind this guy because he's inspiring a lot of Filipinos."
And, he even said like he was like, "Oh, I wanted to get like a board shaped in the Philippines." He was like, "No, get it from Hawaii. Like get the best board already."
Wow.
Like
So
like
JR,
really putting behind.
He put enough finance into JR, which as a kid, like getting a gift voucher to go out and get whatever you want.
Yeah.
And so JR said, all right, let's get one out of Hawaii. Let's go all the way. And I'm pretty sure Waxhead knows what he was on. But now he's got enough boards for all those conditions. I didn't know there was so much in it, to be honest.
Well, yeah.
Because shortboarders go from their shortboard to their step up. That's basically
maybe
it.
do an epoxy every now and then.
Yeah. Here goes Kai.
Yeah, Kai trimming along this wave. Out behind him, Roger. Quick steps to the nose, locking in, drops the hands for a nice 10. Showing that control and has to kick out. That wave doesn't do too much more, and Kai finishing off on the inside.
A lot of downtime on that wave from Kai also.
Yeah. I don't think that'll go into his top two, but that was a good start from Roger. That wave just didn't cooperate.
Unfortunately for Roger. But he's, like you said, very capable. And there's the La Union crew probably down there supporting him also. They're loving it. I love the communities that gather around. You were in La Union for a while also, checking out the waves down there?
Yeah, last week, because we had the WSL there, and that was pretty fun.
It was. It also shone, so that's the best thing about these WSL events. We've hit pristine conditions across the board. So, you must be stoked that the Philippines is shining so well across that international community. Yeah. We have another event coming in Siargao, which is going to be possibly, I don't want to get too much out, a co-sanctioned event, which means it's open to the Oceania region. True will be, I dare say, you can see her. So, it's...
Yes, I'm home. Fingers crossed. We'll be there competing.
Yeah. Have you ever been there? Of it.
Yeah, I was in Siargao last year.
Oh, it's so nice.
I loved it. Yeah, loved it.
So that's talks. So that's 3 events in the Philippines, and they're all shining across the board.
And hopefully we can have more. Honestly, I think Philippines has the capability of doing it. And there are spots. So
yeah, we were sort of throwing out a few words like Catanduanes, Palawan.
Catanduanes Majestic's a really nice barrel. I heard.
You loved it. You love getting it out there. There's also there's just like what you're doing. You're going to find them all because let's have 20 of these a year, huh?
Yeah, the one I really want to map out is Pagudpod, because the waves get really big there, but the swell is a bit 50-50, but it's been
the wind's also 50-50 up there.
Yeah,
right?
The wind's the one also.
Yeah. But it's if you get that window, and every time the WSL shows up, this happens.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna say I was expecting wind all the time while we were here, and we've been really lucky.
Super lucky.
Yeah,
super
clean
lucky.
conditions up until the afternoon.
I say blessed. I say not lucky. This is meant to be for the Philippines.
Yeah.
It's point as well in La Union. Dude, it was point.
It was because a lot of
yeah.
people A didn't realise there was waves in the West Philippine Sea,
Yeah.
and B
I was one of those.
and yeah, and B didn't realise you could hit La Union Point and hit airs and stuff on La Union
Point.
Mona Lisa Point. So
Yeah.
it's like, good job to our crew, Tiradors. Jeez, I'm so bad at saying their name.
but
I've been
like-
working with them for such a long time, but you guys do an amazing job and showcase it with A1 production. So if you want to do documentaries or anything, call out these Tiradors. They're awesome.
Yeah, but in terms of surf in the West Philippine Sea, like that's just one. Like what's it? Like La Union's just one part. Like there's also like vegan in the north, which is really nice. I heard.
What do you mean heard?
No, because I haven't surfed there before.
Vegan's that. I'll help you with your
Kabuga? What's it called?
Kabuga, yeah. Vegan
yeah.
is the Spanish heritage town not too far from Kabuga. So yeah, it's a great tourist destination. Yes.
No, I'm like, I don't know.
Yes,
what you're talking about.
I'm fact checking Vinny Marcos on his country. I'm going to put this on my resume.
Citizenship, like.
Awesome. So Kabuga up there. I believe it's Congressman Sing Song's turf up there, and great avid supporter of surfing too. So Kabuga also on the list of that's Ilocos del Sur.
Sorry, yeah, Ilocos.
Ilocos, yep. There you go. You got me back.
1 for 1.
Yeah. So here we go. Rogers still in desperate trouble at the moment with 16.30 required over 2 scores. He can't get there in 1, 10 being the top score. I don't know. Rogers probably going to be out there almost conceding that at this stage, right, True?
Yeah, a minute and a half. We need 2 waves to come through, and for Roger, he needs Kai to be on the worst of the 2 and to not really perform like he has been, because he's not really put a foot wrong. And Roger needs to do as good as he can on that wave. For 16.3, you can break that up into 2 scores and have an 8 and an 8.5, and then he'd find himself in the lead. But it's hard with a minute to go. Time is the enemy right now, and unfortunately for Roger, he needs time, but he's got priority, so maybe he can use this last wave to break that combination.
And somehow get a 15.3. 16.3.
16.3, yeah.
Shout out to Babes too.
John
a
Maths.
good friend. Also one of the men responsible for getting that Shargo event to the level it is these days. Babes, love ya. Good to see you. Always a pleasure.
If you like Superman airs the longboard, could you get a 16?
I think so.
Yeah,
let's say
that's fair enough, right?
Yeah.
We'll go chat to the judges.
Yeah.
But let's just see. Roger's just going to want to show off what he can do out there.
Yeah.
Body language is he's now just surfing for fun. He knows where he's at. He's going to take this one to the beach. And he's going to know that his campaign is over at this stage. But the true professional's going to head back out there. I love that.
Yeah, 10 seconds, and he's not giving up, which is huge. No matter how much time, you always go back out the back. There could be another opportunity, you never know. But unfortunately for Roger, not progressing on through to the semi-finals, but Kai Hamase putting on a pretty perfect performance, not really putting a foot wrong in that one, John.
No, it was beautiful. And there it is. That wasn't the result there. The result was for Kai Hamasi. That was Taka, our previous heat winner, and we're getting teased on the screen. I can tell you that there it is with a very, very impressive 16.30, an excellent 8.50, and a very close to excellent 7.80. Kai Hamasi is sending a message to the semi-finals that he is here and he is here to compete. So super fun.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Vinny.
Cool. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, that's okay. Always good to have a chat, and thanks, John.
Thanks.
We'll sit back down on the couch again soon.
Any last words, Vinny?
Yeah.
Surf everyone.
Yeah, well, we are on hold until 10:30, so we can all go out for a surf.
We can chill. What do you want to do? 10:30.
Actually, we could surf, couldn't we?
Yeah.
We could skate. We could surf. We could do whatever.
Oh, we could actually skate.
Yeah. I don't know if we can go to Cemento.
Okay, well, you guys decide what we're going to do. We're going to head to a break. We'll be back with a call at around 10:30.
Thanks, Drew.
Peace, y'all.
sun begins to spread light to the land, reflecting brightly on the beach's sand, a captivating modern paradise, an enchantment that is right before your eyes. Mountains high, the forest seems to reach out to the sky. Just watch the birds of every color fly and marvel from such an awesome sight, as this living nature sparkles through the light. This is Baler, and this is where freedom was fought by men who stood their ground with greatness. A chance to see our history, like we're going back to what it used to be. In Baler, Aurora, the greatness of its past stood for its beauty, of its events that pass now and again. It's your best time to stand, a tale so rich and splendor, from a province that's a breath away from heaven. Off the shore, you find all of the colors in galore, the fishes and the plants and many more. And back into the land, the mountains, the exotic life that thrives the forest floor. This is Baler, and here is where the sun begins to shine and spread light to the whole land. Yes, it's Baler, the weather's fair, and the atmosphere of friendship fills the air. In Baler, Aurora, the greatness of its past stood for its beauty, of its events that pass now and again. It's your best time to spend, a town so rich and splendor. It's a place that's almost heaven. The blue sky and blue sea reflect Baler's magnificence in nature. Spring water, so clear and clean. The rivers and the falls are so enchanting and inviting. In Baler, Aurora, the greatness of its past
dia, todo dia perco meu horário. Chego tarde no trabalho, tô complicado. É relatório, ponto almoxarifado e o inventário. Por essas e outras eu começo a cantar. Sorte, eu não tô brincando. De esconde, esconde com você. Acho que já tá na hora. Rocket to the moon. Systematic. I'm automatic. Cold static. Everybody's a fanatic. This poison in my blood feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire. Seven-seater jet plane, party in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can turn disaster on me.
The WSL Baler Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organized by United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the Municipal Government of Baler and the Association of Surf Riders in Aurora, Inc. This event is sponsored by the Office of Senator Sonny Angara, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Office of Congressman Romel Angara, Philippine Airlines, and Costa Pacifica. This event is also recognized by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
was stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over these 808. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'ma be the best. Came from the endless, playing with the games, pushing with the chest. Beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right country, y'all get a load of me. Yeah, don't let them slow me. I get the bag like a grocery. I'm on my grind like I'm supposed to be. And I do not care if you notice me. Boxes, boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. This isn't a robbery. Hands in the sky if you got a dream. Learn nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over these 808. Don't sleep on the king, better stay away. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'ma be the best. Came from the endless, playing with the games, mixing with the chess. Beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. The chances of putting unlikely. I do it like I'm in my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me. Boxes, boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. showing me, shaping me, growing me, taking me sowing seeds. A growing tree, y'all get a load of me. Yeah, don't let them slow me. I get the bag like a grocery. I'm on my grind like I'm supposed to be. And I do not care if you notice me. Boxes, boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. This isn't a robbery. Hands in the sky if you got a dream. Learn nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over these 808s. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'ma be the best. Came from the endless, I ain't with the games, bitch with the chest. Be beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. The chances of quitting are likely. I do it like I'm in my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me. Boxes, boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. and you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. I had to switch up the flow, show you the way that it go. God is good, but his life is hard. But it gets better when you grind it smart. I'm just really trying to leave a mark. We tired of being who they say we are. That's the baton, we gon' take it far. Always been real, we don't fake it all. Tired of 9 to 5, just make enough to survive. Only living on the weekends. You really thinking that's why I'm alive? Busting out the scenes, time to live my dreams, do the things deep inside of me. This life it continues with fighting me, but I don't have quitting inside of me. I will not jump in these boxes they throwing me. Talking to God and there's so much he's showing me, shaping me, growing me, taking me sowing seeds. A growing tree, y'all get a load of me. Yeah, don't let them slow me. I get the bag like a grocery. I'm on my grind like I'm supposed to be, and I do not care if you notice me. Boxes, boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. This isn't a robbery. Hands in the sky if you got a dream. Learn nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over these 808s. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'ma be the best. Came from the endless, playing with the games, bitch with the chest. Beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. The chances of quitting are likely. I do it like I'm at my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me. Boxes, boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. passion is never exhausted, and you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
I had to switch up the flow, show you the way that it go. God is good, but his life is hard. But it gets better when you grind it smart. I'm just really trying to leave a mark. We tired of being who they say we are. That's the baton, we gon' take it far. Always been real, we don't fake it all. Tired of 9 to 5, just make enough to survive. Only living on the weekends. You really thinking that's why I'm alive? Busting out the scenes, time to live my dreams, do the things deep inside of me. This life, it continues with fighting me, but I don't have quitting inside of me. I will not jump in these vices they throwing me. Talking to God and there's so much he's showing me. Shaping me, growing me, taking me sowing seeds. A growing tree, y'all get a load of me. Yeah, don't let them slow on me. I get the bag like a grocery. I'm on my grind like I'm supposed to be, and I do not care if you notice me. Boxes, boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted, and you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. This isn't a robbery. Hands in the sky if you got a dream. Learn nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over these 808s. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'ma be the best. Came from the endless, I ain't with the games, bitch, you with the chest. Be beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. It's just as important and likely. I do it like I'm in my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me. Boxes, boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted, and you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
In Baler, the sun begins to spread light to the land, reflecting brightly on the beach's sand, a captivating modern paradise, an enchantment that is right before your eyes. Mountains high, the forest seems to reach out to the sky. Just watch the birds of every color fly and marvel from such an awesome sight as this living nature sparkle through the light. This is Baler, and this is where freedom was fought by men who stood their ground with greatness. A chance to see our history, like we're going back to what it used to be. In Baler, Aurora, the greatness of its past stood for its beauty, amidst events that pass now and again. It's your best time to stand, a town so rich in splendor, from a province that's a breath away from heaven. Off the shore, you'll find all of the colors in glow, the fishes and the plants and many more. And back into the land, the mountains, the exotic life that thrives the forest floor. This is Baler, and here is where the sun begins to shine and spread light to the whole land. Yes, it's Baler, the weather's fair, and the atmosphere of friendship fills the air. In Baler, Aurora, the greatness of its past stood for its beauty, amidst events that pass now and again. It's your best time to stand, a town so rich in splendor. It's a place that's almost heaven. The blue sky and blue sea reflect Baler's magnificence in nature. Spring
dia, todo dia perco meu horário. Chego tarde no trabalho, tô complicado. É relatório, conta almoxarifado e o inventário. Por essas e outras eu começo a cantar. Sorte, eu não tô brincando. De esconde, esconde com você. Acho que já tá na hora.
Rocket, rocket to the moon. Systematic. I'm automatic. Cold static. Everybody's a fanatic. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire. Seven-seater jet plane, hot in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me.
The WSL Baler Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organized by United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the Municipal Government of Baler and the Association of Surf Riders in Aurora, Inc. This event is sponsored by the Office of Senator Sonny Angara, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Office of Congressman Ramel Angara, Philippine Airlines, and Costa Pacifica. This event is also recognized by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.